Okay, where is Blender? It's taking... Okay, it's here. Hello Blender folks, welcome back to this Pxy-VERSE, and this is live streaming, daily live streaming of the making of pre-production stages of in Blender, right? For multiple projects, but notably here 3D Webcomics and sort of a new stuff, not totally new, but the way I'm gonna do this is sort of unusual, but there are many experimental work in this direction, so I'm surprised this is not more common to this day, or not more famous, or I'm just unaware of that. Also, let's get the soundtrack running. SimCity 4. And so I've been chatting here with the folks that have been appearing here, and there has been some interesting ideas, and one of them is about one good solution for the regarding the composition of EV and Workbench render engines with the compositor. So, and I was trying to negate the faces of the Workbench, except for some things, but this creates some dying off of the color, so it's sort of, or if we make it invisible, then it starts to become some transparent thing that we'll see through in the final render. So here I'm sort of solving this, and indeed apparently the only reliable solution worldwide is baking the texture. Baking the texture in Cycles render engine, even though it's just for the baking, the Cycles, I'm using EV as the main one, and then the secondary render engine. So I'm gonna bake textures in this scene, the procedural stuff, or even if they are not procedural, in principle they all are, but I'm gonna bake them, the color, so just the diffuse, and then from this I'll reuse the node as just a texture, image texture saved, right? So for that specific, and that is another annoying step, right? So because it relies on UVs, right? So it's not sufficient to bake the material. In many cases we need to bake the material, bake it as a texture, then save that image texture in the computer for that specific mesh, that specific object. There might be cases where we can generalize, but I feel like most likely there's no it will be more complicated. I don't have a setup for this. Also because the cool thing about the procedural materials shading is that they adapt themselves to whichever, while the texture paint might not be able to do that so often. So that is why I've started to do this process of, so I already did something here, but it's not showing. I think I've lost the texture. So today we're gonna fix a lot of mistakes, right? And I was thinking how I'm gonna organize those specific textures. Yeah, and I already have some naming for them. I'm not sure if there'll be a good organization, but it should be fine. So if I look for image textures, yeah, because these are not saved materials. So what I'm gonna have is that I'm gonna have another folder here inside, maybe. So I'm gonna add a new folder here. I could organize by files or by ambience places, right, in the world. But no, I prefer to do something like texture baked. So per it's like per object, right? So per object, per mesh island essentially. Or so what I'm gonna do here is that this probably is one of them, but the names are wrong. So these are all ancient ones. So this is one yeah, so the naming can be complicated because then, okay, what it is from the material, but then yeah, it is BK, so that's the different. Then also for the characters, okay, let's get this, and this just to be able to composite those things with the workbench. Yeah, it's tedious, but in the end for this project I want that because I know that the results of compositing with EV and Workbench are pretty cool. If I find later on, this could take years, months, or weeks, days, I don't know. I need to make new tests in Blender 4.4.3, soon Blender 4.5, so maybe we get to a point where EVs start to get good for those things, and then I don't need to do this complicated compositing anymore. It's not super complicated, actually it's just render layers for Workbench and render layers for EV, and then we have some bunch of options here, the switching one or the other, and then we get some ambient occlusion paths from that only EV has got. We can, let's render here. Okay, so this is a work in progress, and we see that, okay, I don't see much things here, but we can play with some here. I was trying to adapt from another file, but it's just not working. I'm getting too dark stuff for some reason, and maybe I need to bring this exposure in to start with. Many of these effects, yeah, so this has, technically that should have cavity because it's Workbench. Then we can do a lot of this directly on with the shaders, but I found out that it's funny to do in the compositor, actually funnier than the, okay, and here we can try to ignore this, maybe actually. Okay, so blue and actually green, for some reason I like this one, and of course we can maybe switch it to yeah, this one is getting too dark for some reason, so now let's use the and yes, of course, then we can combine this with the EV colors, but this is not a great setup right now. Anyways, we could achieve some interesting variations. Let's just recombine this thing. Maybe it's better. So green and red, and what's happening here? Too much screen here. We could maybe mix or add. So this is red. Full red and full green, or whatever they give it, and then we can of course here I'm just making those tests for fun, because I'm probably not gonna use this, but I'm trying to see if I can achieve something of... why am I using this switch? No, I don't need this switch. Control X. I'm gonna stick to this. This will compose the stars with the glow, the glare, and we could also try to... I did that before, maybe I should be doing this again. So let's bring Alt J, take this off here. Yeah, like placing this thing, Alt J, outside of the... yeah, placing it after some... it shouldn't be too heavy, so it should work. I'm gonna try to ignore this. Let's bring this here. Alt J, let's ignore this. Okay, so this is getting the grayscale stuff. And the options are either to grayscale or to not grayscale. This is one of these. Maybe let's leave this switch here, and this switch, let's leave it here. Okay, let's try this. So then too dark, right? So in order to get these things properly, we need to... yeah, no, it's before we get here, so we need this thing for some reason. have to push this back. Exposure, yeah, this is good. Gamma exposure, I haven't decided yet what can be better here. Wrong spot for them. Let's use this one on the bottom. This one is simpler. Saving here, so mix, sorry. Screen is getting some bad results, right? So let's keep with mix then. No, I see it's not as advantageous, so okay, my blend's gonna crash. Let's save and reopen here. Re-render. So after I make a few more tests here, I can go on organizing the materials and baking these textures. Is that the final result for this? Apparently yes. Yeah, so this is sort of pleasant. But of course you can composite way more than this. Let's see. So this is why I like this great thing, because we can achieve some very decolorizing of stuff, and looks like some posterize effect, which also I have. For some, yeah, it's working more on the character than on other features, because the materials of the character. Okay, save as, this is the image. I'm gonna save as a render here. Yeah, so I'm gonna have this collection. I'm not, whichever is good that I find, I might have it noted somewhere or having it as a separate note. So this I found that it will be good on the workbench render layer, so this one on the bottom, and so I've made it in this block here, and so we can just ignore it maybe and try some other stuff. So this is the workbench. No, this is the workbench, right? And here, so sometimes we might want this kind of effect, right? And also I can decide which one will go there. So what I find interesting are some of these pointillized stuff. So this can be achieved directly from the workbench with compositor and these color ramps. Yeah, you see, that is very interesting. And more than that, if I am in a workbench setting, not here, but and I have it composited, I should be able to see this in real time. Right now I'm not being able to do this because yeah, so here I have this problem again, but if I let me check something here. No, it's something about the compositor nodes, right? It shouldn't be, if I have the workbench here in the first one, I'll have to have a completely separate oh, that's what's happening. Of course, it's crossing. It's getting nothing because if I if I get workbench, it understands this one. But the problem is that this one is from the other scene. It's recalling the workbench scene. So I'll have to toggle. To see what I mean, I would have to... Yeah, so no, I don't want to do that, but... I have to toggle it here. So finally I found out what was wrong. So this thing, right? And it's quite smooth to work with and can be quite interesting, right? So yeah, so finally I got what I was looking for. So I was having a little confusion here, folks. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna call it yeah, I need a toggle here. So this will be like first scene with workbench. That means that we can actually well, we can check it here, right? No. Of course I'm on always, okay. This is cool, right? And despite it looking heavy, because it's great scale, it's actually sort of lightweight too. And if we colorize this with just something else, it can be okay, enough playing with that. So we can get here I don't have the setup, but we could recombine, right, this with, yeah, now what's happening is I'm having two I'm having two workbench. No, I have, yeah, because this scene is called EV, but it's on workbench, so this is a mess, right? So I'm getting double workbench. I don't have the setup for that. For this I have to have this one, yeah, so I cannot do what I wanted, because it's like I have to do the contrary, right? And it takes time to build, and so I'm just going to but double workbench is nice. Actually, this can be achieved just with a color after this, like this. Shift D, Alt J. So it decolorize and then we recolorize. And of course there would be different ways to do this. To do this, and this is super simplified, right? Control X. Let's go back to the EV and okay, and for some reason now I see the walls. Let's see if they will be composited. I'll demonstrate the problem and even possibly make a highlight about it. Alright, so we are getting a fresh render here where we are combining EV and workbench, and this one has a texture. No, it doesn't. Okay, maybe it's just not saved. Let's go to shading. Okay, it's here. I think this texture is blanked. I think it got broken, so maybe I'll have to... Oh yeah, I moved it. Okay, there is the reason. I moved it to here. There you go. We got some problem here. Oh, this is the wrong one. All right, so it should be this one. So let's. Okay, so apparently I don't have it saved. Let's go back here. Okay, I'm just gonna rebake stuff. So it show the process. I want to find an add-on that can help with that, but it's not being very easy. Free add-on in this case. And so here we are going to... Yeah, so I'm gonna first show the different... Let's delete this. Connect here. Okay, so this is the... Let's get the camera right here. Yeah, it is here. Let's get another material here, texture that I was using. Where it is. Yeah, it is here. I have one. Alright, let's... Can I bring this? No, I can't copy this. How do I bring this to the... If I click this and I check this on the workbench, no, this is not the material, this is, yeah, wall schist, so I'm seeing true, right? It's an invisible texture, right, with alpha saved with, so it is useless for the, I'm using this for the glasses. But I can't use it for the wall, of course, because if I do that, I'll be seeing through, which is sort of obvious, right? EV sees that, but Workbench would see something like that. So if I render here, okay, this is not a good example, but... And I'm not sure why there were objects behind, right? But here we see that this can cause problem. Here we had a case where we were seeing through this door. And here they... Oh, maybe because I was looking the face from behind? Possibly. Let's try something here. Alright, so I don't understand, but it's like clearly Workbench doesn't see this, right? The wall, there is a wall. I first thought that it will be good because then I can just ignore the color of Workbench, or maybe it will turn into but then it does not end there. Then let's say that instead I place another material like yeah, let's delete this. And so now the Workbench for this wall is using its material viewport, which has some specificities. It's using this one. See, so it will render that one. And what's the problem of doing that? Is that if I render this stuff, hold on, I think I know what's going. The compositor is broken here. Totally broken. Of course, we need to unswitch this to a Workbench here. Yeah, so this is what has happened. So Anus Voldigod, welcome. Good. Well, nice work, bro. Thanks. Can I get context? What are you making? Sure. This is like dual compositing in Blender using the compositor, in which I'm using two render layers. Ignore the ones, these are just for some. Yeah, I'm using essentially this input render layers with EV. So there's two scenes, and these scenes, they are, the first one is the main one, is the one which carries the compositor node set up, this thing. The other scene is just auxiliary one. It is the secondary one which will be rendered. So it's a scene that will, it's even a linked duplicate, linked copy here. So I can just delete it and then recreate this stuff, right? If I want to refresh, but then I'll have to, if I enter here, you see there is nothing in the compositor node now, because this, I'm not rendering from this scene. I'm rendering from the first one. So because it's a linked copy, everything that I change here or there will be mimetized, right? Sometimes there is some offset need to correct, but usually this is perfectly linked. And then there is something about this that we can still make arrangements of the render of these tabs or stuff here. So even though this is my secondary scene, it has where it will be originally like that, right? It will just copy the first one, EV, right? But I can change this without affecting the other one and vice versa, because this is not in the 3D viewport. So this is free to manipulate, and then I can get whichever I need here. It doesn't have anything to have anything to do with the first one. And then we go on the compositor of the first one, and then I can get my first render layers EV. Then I'm doing a bunch of compositing here that will do something like that. Okay, then some ambient occlusion pass like this, and then here comes the Workbench render engine, which is actually this. This is just for a test, so ignore this one. And this is just for the stars. Maybe not an ideal setup, but it works. This will get just the stars. This is for getting the glow, this thing. Alright, and then here is already composited. Here is where we combine EV and workbench. Could be EV and cycles, could be cycles and workbench, could be anything. But I'm using EV as the first. And then, so here I'm gonna make the combinations. Then we have some Kuahara, and then we get here. And this will be the final render. So what's happening here, this is what I wanted to show. The brick wall, not brick wall, this schist rocky wall stuff is being grayed out after the compositing here with workbench, because the problem is that the workbench, that was a procedural texture, right? So the workbench is flat here, so this is not good. So it's getting this color on top, mixing up with the EV, so it's right, it's killing the color, making it blunt, very uninteresting. It's like a brightness, reducing the contrast, look like something like that, right? While here it's really colorful, contrasted. So the problem is that Workbench doesn't do procedural nodes for shading. So I have to, I'm trying to find a solution for that, because I don't think this will be a good solution. So this is the basic explanation. Hold on. It's the new feature, right? This feature of, depends on what you mean, the idea of dual compositing with multiple compositing with many render layers and on different scenes, different render engines. This is an old setup. This is not new. So for Blender rendering system, yeah, there are a bunch of things new. I think you have upgrades on EV recently, but nothing. There is an experimental build for EV, I think, that has to do with NPR. It's from that guy on, what's the name, Dylan Good Studios, those guys that make some anime cell shading stuff, and apparently they've contributed or are contributing, I'm not sure what they're doing, but there is a experimental build recently. Someone gave me the link, but I don't know, I haven't tried it yet. It's actually already it's a Blender 4.3 maybe. I don't know. It's very recent. I hope they are still working on that, and I hope that if that thing is good, I should be trying, right? But just to see what it does. In principle, I believe it should. My expectation, my desire at least, would be that it will grant cavity. Workbench cavity to EV, and but it's not clear that it is what it is doing. It might, because it's experimental, it could be causing some trouble. And I must say personally, what I've seen from these guys, Dylan Gu, yeah, I think it's very exciting, it's very inspiring, but it's cell shading. I'm not sure that is, yeah, there are some other things that it might be able to do very well, but like, I'm not convinced, right, that it's as all that, right? This is why I hope it is as good as it can be, and that even with their research they are sharing, right? So that's great. So nothing to complain about. This is great. But I hope that it gives some more flexibility to EV, and not such NPR, which are just cell shading stuff that we can already do cell shading in Blender. Actually, we can do cell shading directly with the compositor. We can do cell shading with Workbench, and this is the reason why I started to make this, because I've discovered that Workbench, that basically my idea, bro, I'm about to start Blender, is it hard? You're new to Blender. No, I won't say it's hard, but there is a learning curve that they say is very, very slow. So you start slow. Usually there are too many things to learn in the software because it's a generic 3D software, right? So it takes time, like years, you can get great at something in Blender, especially if you already have experience with CG art and stuff like that. Depends on the person, of course, the time spent, but usually there's a slow pace learning curve, but after a while things start to click, and each one has to find what, but it's not hard, it's just that there are so many things to learn that the software is much better than when I started. So like, even if we pick the current Blender 4, if you compare Blender 4 with Blender 3.6 LTS, well, that is old already. It's much better. The upgrades they've been doing, the developments are amazing. So I'm sure that the experience of learning Blender nowadays should be faster. Also, there are way more tutorials and good tutorials around, but it's easy to get stuck in specific problem. What really got me into understanding Blender was learning rigging, because I love characters, right? So I got deep into rigging, and that rigging is complicated usually, so it's made me have to connect different parts of the UI, like the meshes, the curves, the drivers, the shading, the even compositing, we can animation, and yeah, so it's texturing. So rigging relates to too many stuff at once, right? So it's crazy, and so I encourage you, if you try to learn Blender, yeah, you can always start doing those cookie things, right? The donuts challenge, stuff like that. I haven't done, but I think it's good because it gives some generic understanding, something like rigging for me. But try to focus on something that is really inspires you, right? That you really want to learn, and forget about learning immediately stuff that you don't find do not find interest to learn. Try to learn things that are attractive to you personally, and that, like, try to make a mini project, really small project, and by doing this you engage with the project and try to connect everything into it. Small project, not big and ambitious stuff, so just something. Yeah, this can be hard depending on, but this is a way to learn fast, right? Because then you engage yourself into doing something of interest. Okay, so it's not hard to learn, but there might be a slow learning curve. But I think there's no better time to start learning Blender than today, so I think it's a good thing. You should definitely try if you have the time and the resources and the will to do it. It's totally worth it, because the software is getting better and better, and especially now it's like going really crazy. So here, let's try to find the problem there. Yeah, so I have this. I want to record a highlight about this. This is why I'm doing this. Yeah, so it'll be a little complicated, but we're gonna let's see, materials, yes, material here, right? Okay. Let's record this thing at once. Folks, here an interesting thing about dual compositing or compositing scenes with different render engines with the compositor in Blender. So here what I'm trying to develop, upgrade, right, is a system in which I render EV first, is my first scene, and then I bring another render layers with Workbench. And so then we get some stuff going on, and but there is one problem with this. You see that this wall, actually this is on EV, this is a procedural texture with shader nodes, right? So it's a material that won't appear on Workbench unless I texture bake it, and this is very unfortunate. So the problem is that, okay, but maybe there is a way to combine these two stuff, right, without relying on texture baking. Yeah, but it has heavy caveats, heavy back problems, right? So here, for example, I'm seeing on the Workbench, but this is not the Workbench of the render engine. This is just a solid viewport shading, right? The Workbench will be another thing, and the Workbench that actually is being used is in the other scene, right? So it's and these scenes, they are, the compositor nodes are just on this one, not on the other. The secondary doesn't render directly, at least, so it doesn't composite on its, it doesn't need the compositor nodes on its own. But so these are actually a linked copy, and whichever I do on one will be repeated, mimicked, and vice versa, except for certain, okay, oh, there's a camera things, okay, interesting. Okay, so let's fix this. So this could be causing some issues on my, so you see some, and this is what allows us to then change the render engine without it affecting, right, can even be side, without it affecting the other one, right? And here we can also have, for example, transparent, while the other doesn't have. And so there's many interesting things we can do, but it's a bit complicated. And EV has the passes, right? And view layers. So here I'm just using ambient occlusion pass. So this combines well with, for the Workbench cavity. The cool thing about Workbench, of course, is the colors and the cavity, right? Anyways, shadow cavity and other stuff that we can alright, so the problem here, we're gonna render this wall, which is a procedural material here, and see, it doesn't show on solid viewport even if I have texture on, because of course Workbench doesn't read those nodes. It just only reads the image texture one, so far as I understand. So but this reads very well on EV, of course. Then I'm going to render this, and you'll see the difference here. Okay, so you see it starts to get reddish because it's, of course, this is compositing, not this, it's compositing this with this. So we could imagine many ways to maybe fix this, but it's like it's color dyeing, right? So it's not, doesn't seem very nice. It doesn't seem very reliable. Just like a brightening or taking off contrast from everything, it's too dangerous for the color. So another thing that I'm using this approach for glasses, right? Because Workbench doesn't read those, but in the case of the glass, I have a material which has a transparent image, so you see, with this transparent alpha, and so this is read by Workbench, so this is why this is in this shader, while the rest is just a principal shader for the even there's missing some stuff, but anyways, doesn't matter. The fact is that I have this, and so this is linked from another scene, file. This is why this is grayed out like that. But and so this allows me to see through, right, on Workbench, and Workbench would treat this as invisibility, right, invisible wall, while so it will be pure EV rendering without needing to do anything else here. Then I thought, okay, what if I maybe do something like this for the other materials, because I just want to ignore them. Well, of course, what will happen is that the Workbench will start to see through this stuff logically, but at some point, because of the background and some idea of transparency, I thought that could work, but for certain cases it sort of worked out, but then it started to become, when their object behind especially started to be fair. So maybe there is a texture image. So let's bring the invisibility, this one, and okay, so this from we see transparent, and here we will see this. And what will happen if I check this on the, let's re-render, and apparently maybe I needed to click. No, it's already there. Okay, it is. Alright, so I'm not sure, but this created some problems here. Maybe here we'll be able to see. Or maybe it's because there is no object behind. Let's just quickly test this. Yeah, there we go. The ghost object. So this is the problem. But you see, when there is just black space, this didn't seem to cause any problem, right? It was because then the background was transparent, right? Remember, I had the, not TV but Workbench, there was the transparent, but if there are materials behind, I cannot use this. So that is funny, right? So, but it's not very reliable then, right? Because of many times there will be stuff like that, and there we go, right? So happened here as well because of this. So yeah, so there's no escape in general to the idea of baking, which is the horrible texture baking, right? For me, right? I'm relatively new to CG, so this is just too bizarre. Also need to be on cycles. If anyone's know a good free add-on that has this feature. Alright, as I think I can make this a Python script that could do that, but not now. So here, how to bake, then we'll try the other approach. Yeah, so pick this, let's take off this this one. We need to be on, let's check the UVs also. Okay, so this was already done once, so these UVs I won't touch. Problem is, if I change the material, I would have to redo this process. If I change the object, I mean, if I change the mesh, so it's really tedious and unpractical solution. It's like probably in the end of the project, it's always set, always ready, not change, more to do. Okay, then go bake all those textures, like many days doing that maybe. No, it might be fast. It depends on how much things. So I made up my mind on this, and I think by just being organized, it's not so hard, even without an add-on. So here, the cycles, I just want, so there are tutorials for this, so I just want the diffuse above surface, so influence just the color. This I don't need. Then output, at least not in this case, so image textures, clear image, yes. Margin, then for some reason let's leave this by default. And then here I'm gonna add for this material wall schist, image texture. Let's place it exactly here, hold Ctrl to snap. I'm not sure I need to add, but let's add something here. Yes, so I'm gonna already give it a name, texture BK, for baked texture. So it's not any kind of texture, it's a baked texture specific for not this material, although it is used for. Oh, I see a problem. Okay, but this is another question. Yes, specific for this object, but maybe also specific for this material. So then for me this is okay. This we're gonna call this wall schist, wall schist, and then I'm also the lounge, that is Dorothy lounge, right? So just so that I know that a code that this exists specific for the wall schist material that exists on this scene. All right. Create image, blank, alpha, okay. Then I want closest, and here repeat, probably extend, I think, and then flat. Okay, then I'm gonna save here. We're gonna, is everything ready? We have this UV unwrapped, otherwise we'll have to fix it. It's UV unwrapped. This is affecting also the procedural texture, so this is another reason why I shouldn't be moving this, you see. So click this, needs to be selected, and then bake on. And there are many times there are errors, mistakes, you forget something, and or the texture doesn't appear where we want, so for where it is. Okay, so apparently it's here, but then I don't see here. Of course I need to swap here, and then I need to check it here. It is schist here. Okay, so this is what I have precisely baked, and as a texture. And one thing that can go wrong if this is disconnected or there's no such thing, the color nodes, they don't render in cycles, so they won't bake anything, so it will be black or nothing. So now this is here, so I'm gonna lock this on the scene, and here should be savable. Yeah, so you see the asterisk, so we need to save as, or just save. Then I'm gonna look for the where I'm saving those texture baked. So big texture baked washes there, yeah, here, all these steps. Okay, and now I keep this here selected, and so that when I am on workbench we see it. Yes, and that means that, of course, if I change the UVs immediately we'll start to have some terrible errors. So this is why this is it's so annoying on certain workflows. So it's not very versatile, right? And it takes time, but you see it was relatively fast. And now if I render this freaking thing, now I have both. Oh, I'm rendering on cycles. Yeah, then you have to change here. Now you see that the thing is not it doesn't get the color disrupted because it is here on workbench while the others are not. And so we can have here so I need to do this for all the objects, right? All the materials, all the specifics. And here we could also apply certain yeah, so we can do plenty of other stuffs here if we just start playing with the, since now it exists on workbench, right folks? Alright, and another thing that I wanted to show real quick is that if the texture, if the material doesn't have an image texture, like in here it doesn't have, so it will still follow the color of here, it will follow this color here. And there are some data here, you see. We can make some changes here. So you can, we don't even need the painting, we can address the workbench colors from here. If there are shaders here, then other than that, I think this will override, at least for EV and cycles, I guess. At least EV I know, yes. But otherwise this will be ignored here for EV. Even all this stuff, right? So, but it will still exist for workbench. So this thing for the rendering system, I need to, it will happen the same thing, right? It will get this color on top of the whichever procedural texture that I get. And so I need to do now the bake texture for all those things, get them as good as possible. Okay, so this was the highlight for this. So it's a question of organization. I made up my mind, okay, if I am organized enough, I can just bake everything at least once. It shouldn't be a problem too much, right? But I'll need to make sure that, okay, I'm satisfied with this geometry, let's bake now, right? Leave the baking for a little later, right? Yeah, those are long, those are long records, but they are fundamental to handle those things. Let's see what else. Yes, because yeah, let's do this for this asset as well. So we have these faces, they seem to be flipped, right? Oh no, they are not flipped. It's not that. It's because they are using a transparent material, but I cannot access this here. Let's see, what is the... This material is in another scene, so I have to access it. Oops. I have to fix this in the scene it is. Okay, save here. Yeah, I don't need this. Modular corridors, corridor dark, okay. So I believe here I have a material. This is from here, right? Yeah, it is from here. So I'm gonna fix this material from here, which has got this problem here. No more. And but for the dual compositing, this will be a problem because yeah. So that's worth a highlight for describing this problem. That will be much shorter, folks. I'm using the asset library, and I just stumbled into a technical issue. It's actually solvable, but it's tricky, and I was only able to reach this at this point because I was starting to understand certain things about it. So I'm in a scene where I get this material for the first time, Matt Brick's way, and this material is procedural, and if I wanted it to work on Workbench render engine, because I'm doing some dual compositing thing, I would need to, with EV plus combined with Workbench, because on Workbench this material doesn't get procedured, so it becomes this, right? It becomes, so it will render this from the Workbench render view, render layers, which is not good, right? It will combine some bizarre color on top of, mix some bizarre color on top of that, and this is just very, very bad for color wise, render wise. So what I need to do is bake the texture, but this baking texture is not necessarily per material, because this material is like more per mesh, per object, per world, because this material may appear, I would like to reuse it like an asset, a linked asset even, on multiple objects and different files and different scenes, different worlds, whatever. But turns out that for the material to have to be able to be shown on Workbench as well, you know, I need to bake it, the output on cycles render, and then I need to have an image texture here unconnected, just like this, but active, that will then receive the baking, and that will be, if everything is correct, then this is. But the problem is that this baked texture will be good maybe just for this object, on this scene, on that floor, and on that tile. And so this means one thing, you see, I need to specify the use of the material, unless I had, which is confusing for me, I don't even, not sure if that could work. I have a large UV, we do that with characters, right? UV map, which is composed from multiple, I think even mesh objects, right? Different mesh objects, but at least they are from the same character, the same file, right? And then we can use the same texture for multiple elements of the same character, right? But this is not the case of a character, right? So I can't wrap my mind around that right now. So what I will do, yeah, maybe it's those kind of trim sheets, I'm not sure, but this will require a bit more investigation. But what I'm gonna do is that, okay, I'll leave this material, the original material, which is still not baked here, as this. I just wanted to clean up some of its settings here. Alright, this is done. You see it's marked as a asset library, as an asset right here. And you see it's already assigned, so it's on here for this project here. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to another scene where I have an object here which has got this material, but this material is linked. So yeah, I have brung it, if I say like that in English, I have brung it from the library asset browser, like this, right? It's precisely like this, so it's the same, right? So this is how I have but the problem now is that I need to, let's delete this one. I will have to add that image texture for baking inside here. I can't because it's linked. So link material to object. Okay, I don't know how to use this. Maybe it will be an alternative, but what? Okay, it's not the best thing. I'm sure, no, I'm not sure, but there might be some way to handle this. Probably I cannot just library override this thing, so I'm gonna destroy the link. So this will be a secondary material, unfortunately. At least it's not assetized, marked as asset. That will make double. I don't want that. I just want to bring the original from the scene, and I won't change anything here except that I'm going to get this image texture node here. We're going to go to the cycles, no, cycles render engine. We're gonna go on the bake. So here is mostly things are default, but diffuse, I just want the color above surface, not these things, just color, not this, output image texture, clear image, yes, all that, and here leave as default as well. So I think all this is default, just I think just this and diffuse it's not default. Okay, so all set, all good. Then I click here, I make sure that I have a shader for cycles render engine to work, otherwise it will not render this thing alone. It will see I said that black, it will bake black, so or nothing, I don't know, it doesn't work. So we need to have the shader connected here. Select this, then probably here I'm gonna fix this, right? Gonna texture baked, so this is bricks way, and I'm gonna also D-Lounge, which is Dorothy Lounge is the name of this project. This is okay for me. I'm gonna get it here, and now I'm gonna this doesn't matter, it's another, gonna save and gonna bake. So this is just for this object, or maybe just for this scene, if I am able to get a UV for UV map for everything. That's, yeah, maybe it should be the case. I would need a UV map that would be able to, yeah, I'm not sure, this is complicated for me, but I think it's, yeah, for this object it will be using this, or just for the entire scene, which is more likely the correct way. As for multiple files, I don't know if we can have this. Okay, so apparently we have a problem. We need probably some UVs here. The UVs don't seem to, let's see, texture, yes. Okay, maybe we need, forgot, closest, extend. Select this material. Yeah, the fact is that I don't see nothing. The faces are not. Okay, we select this. Let's play with the UVs and see if there's anything that happens. No. Yeah, so maybe I will do a UV unwrap like this. It's a simple one, right? And let's do this again. Click here. Now we have these settings. Go back to this. I'm not gonna select this, and all right. Color, diffuse above surface. Okay, and should, I don't see any reason for it not to work, and it is rendering black. Well, this is a shader, right? This is EV, so this is not the what I want. Yeah, so mystery. It has rendered something, but it has rendered something that is entirely black. So there we go. So actually the UVs are wrongly placed in relation to Okay, let's do another. Maybe smart UV project. No, maybe light map. Let's try this. Yeah, let's do this again. So I believe the UV unwrap is necessary before the baking. Yeah, so we're getting better results now, but we see it's not trivial. I'll have to do something more. Yeah, manually probably. Okay, let's say that maybe this is correct, or better than before. Let's try. And never mind. So this is tough because the UV, yeah, I've messed up the UV. So folks, here, never mind, this is not, yeah, so a good reason why I wanted to escape from the texture base. Many things go wrong. At least I'm not failing the baking itself, it's just it's getting badly repositioned, right? Let's go back here. Okay, so this UV unwrapping is good for the this UV unwrapping is good for the yeah, a shame, like it's good for the procedural shader mapping from the UV, but for baking, no, it doesn't seem to want to collaborate. But I don't know, I won't give up yet. So we got this. We're gonna extend. We're gonna get closest. And yeah, I'm gonna try here. I know I'm on cycles because it is only in cycles we have this. Okay, so you're not getting So why don't I get the same stuff? Is it possible that this thing here how I did the others? Let's try another. Closest flat extend, yeah. It doesn't need to be connected to you know, maybe there's a bug here. I don't think it needs to be connected to this in order to present itself. We see that nothing happens. Worse than before. Okay, let's see if I'm gonna delete this and I leave it blank. Maybe there is going on some conflicting. It doesn't seem to have finished. Maybe I need no active image file. Okay, we need so you need to add something here. Just do that. And again, okay, so I suspect we're getting problem with the emission shader. No, maybe that's why. Emit. That's why, folks. That was so simple, but I haven't realized. So emit could be a note there, right? Okay, so here that means we can get this. Sorry folks, and here we got, yeah, the UVs are all there. Then we need to Yeah, because we want to recall that bricks way, then this one. Okay, share here, all this fine. Bake. And aha, but they didn't end up being that well. Wait, why this is connected here? Maybe this caused some issue. Let's say repeat. Well, they are not matching, so this is not good at all. It's interesting, but it seems to be broken, so you need to remake this. Small progress though. Now I understand that they need a different kind of baking option here. Okay, do this all over again. And still broken. Yeah, then we could have a different UV map for this one. It should just bake what it sees on the UV, so it's not clear for me. Maybe it needs, let's say, UV. Is there anything different here that... No, I don't get it, so... Okay, let's use extend and let's see if there's any chance. I'm gonna try to do this. To no avail. Maybe I need to create a new one. Yeah, same thing. Because of course if I change this UV nows, it will change there. Why this is happening? Single image files. Maybe it's related to this generated feature. Because I'm trying to do something slightly different. Uninitialized because I don't know why. Okay, let's Okay, this single image apparently doesn't work. I don't think it could be related to okay, apparently we're getting close to extend is failing. What is UD? No, never mind. So okay, extend is doing it wrong. Even if I get extend here, we already saw the same garbage. There's repeat and mirror, so let's try it like this. Yeah, so you see that it is poorly pushing one direction. There's probably a high translation here. Clip is clip is clip. Okay. So maybe every case needs a specific no, this also didn't work. There should be a pre-baker, I don't know, right? There's no use to do this if they don't match. I don't see any difference from this. I can see if there's any change. No. Repeat. Still no. Just the illusion that this was getting somewhere. I could try, it's just a little detail. In this case it should work, but no, I'm not satisfied. I just want to understand, to find a way that, so this seems to be the closest to a solution. And there's nothing else remaining. Yeah, so I left nearly empty-handed here. This won't be read by the, most likely. Ah, it understands. So it understands coordinates. No, hold on, I'm doing it wrongly. It was an illusion, maybe. We'll see. Hold on. I'm gonna rebake that without the yeah, gonna just repeat this. No, it doesn't read this. Or maybe, let's try again. Maybe start to read when I connected it after the baking. Doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, no, never mind. It just started to match because I accidentally it's like in cases like that we can just do this, which is very poor. But here we go, we are matching now. It's the same thing, but it's unsolved. Alright, so I'm gonna protect this and call it even this, because it's not, it's a variation of the original, and it's not, very importantly, it's not assigned to the asset browser, but it is protected as for this one. There is this material here. Looks like it's not even UV unwrapped correctly. Okay, I'm okay with these patterns here. Maybe, yeah. It should be some, it should have some crazy stuff here. Or maybe let's leave it here and just make some change to, yeah, they are tiny, but I think they are, shouldn't be too hard to select. There's just some face loops here which are not good. Okay, I think this works. And now we pick these ones. This concrete exists from this room, so we're gonna image texture. New, so texture bake wall concrete, the lounges, that's okay, so got it here. There is nothing. We're gonna now this is not emission. What a waste. Okay, so there would be many here, right? It's not only the diffuse, but there'll be a normal. And here is where come certain add-ons which would do the job for this multi stuff. In my case, I don't need to, it's just for a workbench. I don't need the normal map. So I'm just gonna this one takes a little longer, there's much more details. If the normal mapping is not good, I mean if we don't have Okay, and then we have the similar problem. Great. So oh wait, we have it worked. Okay, this one worked. So we're gonna, this cannot be turned into asset, but we can I don't know, it needs to be there and there, I'm not sure about this, but here we go, just bring it as an image to be saved. I think it's Alt S, then we go here. Yeah, already here, bricks way. No, it's not bricks way. Okay, I'm confusing some stuff here. Oh, we can check what those things are. Okay, so this is a door. We're gonna remake it. So anyways, wrong. Wow, concrete is this one. Okay, Alt S. Now we got it. Done, finally. Okay, so let's see how this composes now. With where's the emission? Okay, bad. Something bad happened. Suddenly this thing, oh no, it is here. No. Okay, I think I've lost the apparently I've lost this one. And all over again. So I don't know what happened to the file. Maybe I didn't save it and that happened. This was why I shouldn't be doing this now, not even for testing the compositing at least. Well, maybe yes, in the sense of like understanding if it is how it works, just more like that, and seeing if we get solid results with the strategy. So again, I'm having that problem with the that of course I know what's going on. Yes, the emit again. This is different. Now this should be working. We know it won't match, but then we just use the texture, the baked texture, to substitute the procedural texture. Okay, and one is destroying the other for some bizarre reason, and anyways, we... Okay, so good. Maybe it's the... Oh yeah, the UV. This is a different case, right? The UVs are... The UV maps. I haven't thought about this. No! Okay, it's because this object, of course, so it has multiple UV islands for what would be, because of this baking thing, I need to... One cheesy way will be to complicate my shader nodes even more, to have UV map. Like one part will use one UV map, the other would use the other UV map, so... Or I would have to remake all this procedural stuff, which took a while. Readjust these things to match the UVs just for this. Okay, so this is too much. Because now, before I was using the UVs for procedural materials, so I could be stacking those things like independently, and that worked. But if the UVs are like that, yeah, so maybe it's the... UV map. How can I do this? It's just for this one, right? Alright, how would that be? This object would need to have like even more than... Yeah, there's also... Yeah, it should have 3 UV maps. The door is another thing. I assume this is feasible. let's see, the object, UV's object data, vertex data, data. Okay, UV maps. We have UV map like wall concrete. It's one at a time now, but this is okay. UV map bricks way. UV map lamp. Alright, so if I have this UV map, I don't see if that will, well, it will, but it's like splitting the texture, right? Yeah, maybe that should be sufficient. So, but I'm not sure if the workbench respect this. Probably won't. Okay, I'll use this one. Or not, I don't know. I don't know if it's like that. It won't work anyways, because workbench, right? This currently is not even baked, yeah, so this is very annoying. Let's see if this works for here, right? What is this one? Bricks way, right? Yeah. Nothing changed, right? It means like it doesn't care about nodes, most likely. Yeah, we can make a test here. Let's get this one. I can't control Z that. Yeah, it doesn't read, or I need the stuff. Okay, it's not sufficient to click the camera. You need to... Very bizarre. Yeah, it's the selected one, so this should be sufficient, but because it is workbench, you need apparently even to click here. Okay, so this is too bad, and I'll have to figure out. Okay, for objects, then maybe I'll have to remake this. Yeah, so one solution is to, for every object, have its UVs oops, looks like I've messed up the material for this. Okay, yeah, so I have to do the materials in a sort, the procedural materials in a sort of way that I would try to have to respect the not having their UVs crossed, but this is super awkward, right? And limiting for the... No, it's not super limiting it, but it is awkward and annoying. I'm thinking what could be another workflow for this. Okay, so there is one thing I can try to do. I've been thinking about this. Maybe it will be time to consider that. There is a way to isolate the passes, right? Many things in these scenes are kinda getting good enough results from EV only, as we can see here. Let's also switch to EV instead. Okay, this is EV. And where I would like the most to have workbench is for the character, because texture, other stuff. Of course it will be good to have the compositing, but this workflow of texture baking, the more I do, the more problems I find. When I was happy that, oh, I found a solution, now I start to have more problems, like a legion, never ending. Another way, another story though, would be to, yeah, so there is this approach which could consist of trying to isolate the character. So it's like an object pass. I would, this could cause some problem to the rest of the whole composition, right? But for certain projects that might be many scenes that should be sufficient. My hope would be that at some point Blender developer will have this fixed, improved in ways that all these workflows, complicated workflows, are not necessary anymore. Because if I waste my time doing these things, and it's like more than creating the art, the animation, the stores, then and the artwork, then this is crap, right? So this is not positive. So I know we can do stuff like that in compositor from compositing. I already see where that, yeah, okay, so I see. The way to do this is to have a view layer here which will set to the background collection everything except for Dorothy, yeah, and some other stuff. So now the idea would be to okay, the collections kept being organized differently from one scene to the other. Oh, I need the, probably I need the camera. Okay, I see the character. And now the theme, viewport, world. I want to make sure this is a color that I understand. It is special. I don't know if this renders, because actually not, because I have transparent here. So this shouldn't affect anything. There we go, we see. Now if we go back to EV, let's try to composite. I'm gonna save here. I'm having a lot of darkness in the room because now that all these materials are not, hold on, actually need to do one by one. Okay, so yes, folks. The Spanish. I've just saw a tutorial yesterday. I think a meme. Then in the middle of the tutorial, the guy celebrating good stuff in the when the result is good in the rig. Okay, so in this way I can I can avoid all this madness. So the compositing will just be for the character. So a very, very simple compositor trick that I've never used. Actually, I tried to use, and this will get the character yes, of course, I must make sure that this is really transparency. I don't know why sometimes the screen becomes black. Let's go back to the EV. No, the EV seems fine, right? You see that as I check EV before and after, not for this one, but for this mixing here, you see only the characters change. As for this one, now we need to be here. Okay, so this mix seems to be, yeah, because this gives either, so here this seems to be fucking up the trans. Okay, so this is dangerous here. Yeah, this is dangerous. So you still have this background. I need alpha here, folks. Yeah, so except that I don't know how to get it. Alpha. Well, I already have transparency, right? But it seems to be grayed out, so set alpha. What is this? Oh, no, this is the wrong thing. Hold on. Okay, this is alphaing everything. Oh, here. Alpha, color and alpha, well, color, alpha. Alright, so I don't know, can we change that? Replace alpha. Control X. Okay. So apparently there is alpha, but I'm not sure how to. I'm used with the checkboard. So compositor, Blender, how to show alpha in compositor. Display an alpha channel in. You can use the viewer node, connect the alpha channel of your layer or specific image to the viewer. Input the viewer will then display the alpha channel, allowing you to. Yeah, well, I did that and okay, so here we got colorize Dorothy is the name of the character, right? So I'm gonna keep the first, then we can get this if we want. Even they'll get recolorized later, so that's okay. we can switch here too. This will be weird, right? Because if I compose this... Well, no, not too weird. Interesting, because of course you're getting... If I combined, right, if I did that to the whole scene, which will be ideal, then I'll have to handle all this crazy stuff. So no, I'm just doing for the character. That's enough, that's sufficient for me, right? And okay, then of course there is one other question. What if we did all this exactly for EV? What will happen? Okay, we can try. We get all this junk and Shift D. No, it's not like that. It's this. Shift D. And you get just testing here. Then we get this one. Then we get another of this, and here we got second here and here one there. So we are getting this, right? Okay, let's take off the... I forgot one switch. Not working for some reason. We got this. After this one goes... I need to find it. Okay, got here, then no, this switch is here. Okay. No, this is the other one. I don't know what this switch is doing. I need to be here, of course. Okay, now it's super 3D, yes, and we are also not colorizing. Yeah, now the character has been colorized, but no, this is not very good, right? Just was testing this for fun. We're going back here. We're gonna get not this switch. I don't know what's happening to the glare there. Oh, this is of the new material that I've of the glass. Nothing. It's not about. Well, maybe it's about this. Okay, but it seems to be clear that we are getting that we are getting the scenery immune, right? So we're gonna move this down. I'm gonna make a simplified version. So for this version, yeah, Alt J. What is this? Kuahar, nothing new here. It's EV. Scenario versus character. Alright, so for this one we need, yeah, any of this will do. So Alt J, place it here, connect here, and then make EV here and workbench here, and set this and so from here we can see say mix is gonna be bad, because then we're gonna get some weird mix with alpha, I think. Wait, no, this is good. That's include alpha. Okay, so what we're doing here is that we are is either workbench, either the other, and for some reason this can get us good results. This is actually, if I switch here, no, this is not changing. Yeah, I was expecting to eliminate this one, but we can keep testing here. This can be nice, right? Ah, I need to swap here. Okay. If we don't change here, it will be affecting the everything, right? So we need no, multiply. This is suddenly stopped work. Maybe we need this too. No. Okay, this is bugged, so go back, save. Yeah, save, modify image, whatever. Let's return. F12. Okay, so despite this, we are not getting Now not even this one is working for some reason. Oh, okay, it's because of this. This affects. This is changing even the alpha. Exactly, this color ramps. I see. I need an alpha. That's it. Like this. The first. Yes, totally. Got it. Ah, so now this is interesting. Now we can mix, so this mix will sacrifice some procedural shader, will sacrifice some cavity, so this can be not that good, but okay, so let's do also here. I never used that, now I understand. And of course we need this option. And here I second input. Now this is always contextual of the current state, yeah, so let's bring darken, no, multiply, no, color burn, no, lighten can be nice. Screen is sometimes softer, but yeah, here screen and lighten, they seem equivalent. Color dodge, no. Add, screen is subtle, and then overlays, no. And here this probably won't really matter anymore. These are usually less intuitive. Linear light, yeah, too strong, and soft light, no. So yeah, so screen at about 0.3. Get good, interesting setup there. And then of course if I turn these other ones, still having problem with the mix. regarding the background. Oops, not this, just mute this one. Still not. Okay, I don't get this, but this is not, the second setup is not working for this. Nine lives the moment. Thanks for continuing to go live, bro. Thanks for the recommendation, the gratitude. That's very nice to have people hang out and getting interest in this stuff. So here now I'm already on the vibe of continuing this. Oops, what's going on? Okay, on this project. Finally, here I've just found this alternative to not having to bake all those texture images, because I was successful with that one of the wall easily, but as soon as I started doing this, now this came from a different file, the material, but couldn't fix the baking, was always troublesome. Then even a bigger problem or different problem, I was having different materials to handle on the same UV map of the object, and then came beyond the materials, the UV maps, the texture images, and each material was procedural, so their UVs were created specifically for the procedural, and then I had, for the texture baking, I would have to reorganize those UVs. They will break the original setting of the procedural one, so super, one problem stacking with another, very, very annoying, very frustrating, right? So now by getting, because I want this mostly for the character, so here we go, I can have another scene with just a view layer for the character, and that will work as a pass, so that when I check this, here is really some alpha, just the character. And the character is also coming here on EV, although yeah, I could ignore this, but this will be bad for lighting. There wouldn't be lighting effect nor procedural effects if I have shaders, procedural shaders on her, which is good to have. So EV for all and workbench just for the character and maybe for other features. So that might create some incompletions in the end. However, there will be this Kuwahara pass or thing, so this will maybe harmonize a little, and there would be always possibilities to include some other effect here maybe. Let's see. So this will be the not Kuwahara, let's yeah, Kuwahara and other. And final filters. So what Okay, what we could make here to better not if it is required, but just seeing if there's any, let's say, color correction, color balance. Nah, this one the name is tempting, but no. Invert color, no. Control X. Let's get the. No, there is a node like this. Wow. Let's try on here. Oh yeah, it just does that, not super. It does that without the effect of the color ramp. But this is not really contributing. But good to know, maybe you can get it like too much stuff, right? Already. Ah, then there's alpha goner. No, we can't use this. Okay, but what about placing it here? No, not of interest. Color ramp, that will be kind of funny to get this. Let's see all the madness we can do here. So indeed, we can do many crazy stuff here from this the final output, right? This is like Uber, like because here we can recombine the. It will be hard because this doesn't use EV workbench thing. It's just apply on top of everything. So it's limited, but there are possibilities of making this very nice. For example, this is not terrible. if we render this. Okay, the camera is in a terrible position. The character also in a, not a good pose, just for tests. And we have some other crazy thing for the EV radical one. Pixelate, yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so this is one thing we can do, but now let's take this off for now. Let's see. Color management, yeah. Color balance, this is one of the best. In here it's a bit difficult to use in this state because, yeah, maybe it's not the best. So let's see what else could. Levels, why not? No, this is not what I thought. So hue saturation. Oh yeah, that can help if I can just. It can help harmonize the but it's more like not exactly this that will harmonize. It will be, although it's not necessarily, yeah, not doing much here. It will be more like a colorized thing. Maybe RGB curves. Yeah, it's very subtle. It's difficult if to get good stuff. The render is not helping also this image. This color ramp, however, is nice. So yeah, we can keep this here just in case, and if we get this, we can also get a hue. Now this no, just too aggressive. Or just some, let's try from here. No, not just mute. No, it's not pixelate, wrong name. It's the posterize. No, in the end it's also not, it's bad, so better for previous settings. Okay, so we can get some crazy scene from this, right, from this condition. Something so simple, this can be done in, this usually can be done on EV for self-shading, right? So this animated can be really good, right? And that's so simple to achieve. Of course, it's very important that the output, the input that comes into it has some interesting relevance, right? It depends on what we achieve before. And if I'm not wrong, yeah, we cannot composite this in real time. Yeah, that final effect, yes, but not the workbench, unless I had workbench compositor here. This is incomplete, so we are getting those artifact stuff, so this is imperfect. So for the most part, we wouldn't like to be using this because this is a corrupted, incomplete compositor. It will be nicer to check here, right? Took off I use simplify, so no more subdivision surface, right? That makes everything faster. Alright, so now let me think what can be a Okay, so this is totally, how do you say, the stars are not rendering the in the correct way, right? So let's okay, let's do a annoying but necessary. Wait. Of course this is very bad, but I want to see what will happen. Now no, actually this makes sense, right? It will so the stars now also get colorized. Let's get her into some other position. Yeah, so we can pretty much do webcomics with just this, right? I think that is a good motivation. So I must admit, right, cell shading maybe sucks in many things that we'd like to create sometimes, but like it's too repetitive, but I must say that in the quest regarding the facility to achieve good results with it, it's quite tempting to stick with it, because you see, by having it, my thing here could really look like a good show to watch, or to follow, right? And even I like the result because it's crusty and that sounds good, right? It's pleasing, it's simple, nothing. We must be attention, right? But I think it's just works. While if I were trying to do all my stuff like with all the ideal quality which is I've been looking for, I would be struggling with all those, how do you say, baking texture and whatsoever. That's nightmarish workflow things. Wow. So here it's not like pure cell shading, just color ramp, the basic of the basic. But there is one thing that compensates for it. Note that we have this is not going for a material, this is going for the compositor. The results may be the same in the end, but this allows us to generalize the cell shading, right? And just as the posterize, it can help in that direction. I think this has the adequate flavor. to start something here. Another advantage of this particular approach is that it makes the model, right, look more 2D-like, colorful, 2D-like, and that sort of helps hiding some of the technical, even artistical problems of the shading, of the geometry, of the whatever, even of the rigging, considering the character, the adaptation of the character. There's an she's not even sitting here. And she's not looking at the space. Yeah. And we can, yeah. Why this is doing the... Ah, because it's a bendy bone. Yeah, because it's things. Just because it's bendy bone. I have some inverse, sort of inverse kinematics because of this, apparently. It's not inverse kinematics, but... And this, yes, this is inverse kinematics from auto IQ option. With this rendering approach, it's so cheap that I could say that maybe I could not interrupt, but accelerate the process that I'm going through, and by instead of weeks, days, and focus on like directly the directly in things like the rig, which is missing a lot of totally narrative, right? However, I might say that I wouldn't be achieving this result if it weren't for it's arguable, right? But let's say that I try to, because there are a lot of stuff here, we can of course try to simplify that. Let's say, okay, so I'm gonna do the very cheap thing here and see if this is true. Alright, so it's basically the same thing, right? But we also need to I want to be sure if what could be Okay, so I need to add this. Yeah. So okay, so this is affecting this and this. So there are a lot of things going on, right? I'm not sure currently if how better or worse the final result is, but it's a fact that I'm dual compositing, right? And just for the character though, it might not be necessary. But you see, with having some pre-process here, we can reach some other. What is this? Oh, this is render layers first. Oh, here I'm reusing the EV. No, never mind. So you might say that, yeah, it's hard to say what we can take off from this setup, but in my experience, yeah, I have some versatility, right? And I have this, right? So I wouldn't achieve this without this what I have, what I built from here. So here what happens that is interesting, not only is a new shot, is a different, right, pose, angle, camera, but also I changed some stuff, right? And so you see, there is value in having all this stuff, right? This is the posterize for EV, so this is can be interesting, but this is stacking too much craziness, right? On its own, it sort of does this, right? Alright, oops. But only for EV, right? You see it. Then the posterize, right? Then we have yeah, very. So here would be the case to try to use some sort of so see, even the posterize can be good with all that. So maybe here we could use some sort of too dark here, right? Let's get some uh, not sure if it's gamma. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's say we save this one. How to save this? It's there, right? Alright, should I? Yeah. So that is really, really good. Well, let's say it's not perfect, but it's very close to. It's very appealing, right? We can. So I think I'm not gonna really try to simplify all the stuff. Yeah, slowly, but over time as I find better and better adjustments. But the fact is that we've got here plenty of renders, right? That many alternatives here. Not many of them won't be very nice, but certain combinations here worth note. But for now I'm just remembering from, right? So I knew that posterize can be helpful. Now I've just found out that, yeah, isolating this was the best finding though today, was that we can alpha the workbench. So I just care about the baking texture of her body. There is one thing else I need to add to this, which is the um, yeah, we can use even this gamma here, although I'm not sure it will be. Yeah, like this is every lot of things that we can do here is just very, very nice, right? Old school graphics. Let's also render this one. It's not it's on F11, right? I'm missing the. Yeah, it's not so good here, some of the patches, but I'm gonna get a variation here. And let's see what we can. Yeah, let's get the soundtrack once again. SimCity 4. Let's get the. Let's see some of the renders here, folks. Where's that thing? Asset library render. No, it's the whip. Outside of the library asset renders, new. And here we have a little small history of the most recent findings of this dual compositing. This is the bridge of the starship, very incomplete, right? But so here, this is very simple material. It's maybe some normal bump, but it's EV stars sky, right? EV, and the workbench for giving this combination. This was dual compositing, so you see some materials were unachieved, but some ones were working. See the effect of the lighting from EV doesn't work on workbench, so this is why dual composite. Just EV today might be sufficient to get EV and compositing, right? could be, without workbench, could be good enough to achieve this. So this is why my approach here is, but yeah, the results of dual compositing are still good because the workbench has cavity. So here is still a bit too plasticful. Here is dual compositing, EV and workbench. So it's not great, but it was work. Okay, so here's some tests. Not struggling here with the lights and some materials were starting to work, but then I was struggling then with the problems texture baking manually, hell. And here just some. So you see the difference with the yeah, it's not good with I was struggling to get those wait, what? There's I have more renders. What's happening here? Okay, this software is garbage. So I have to open okay, it's not allowing me to navigate. Okay, let's watch from here then, folks. Okay, so here I was you see the transfer. So this is trying to get through the problem of the transparency, trying to not use the workbench compositing for certain materials, but then I got some ghosting there. You see, here you see we can get some cool stuff. Some materials here were already double working, still ghosting on the door. We see through, right? So then I find that okay, let texture bacon, that will be the solution. Then this one starting to get good. You see I was already going to the direction of getting the characters getting a bit sort of some small amount of cell shading, but it's much better. What we can do, it's that currently the character doesn't have good materials. It's much better when we get the skin texture and then the workbench with cavities start with proper settings start real good on the character, even on scenery, but without the yeah. So here already blowing up the colors, right? But only for the character mostly. And here it's what I was doing. So now using the color for the whole scene and even acquiring aspects from other processes, steps in the compositor. So we unfortunately, with the dual compositing that I'm doing, we can't see those things in real time, but we probably can do this in real time if I just did oh yeah, I should be seeing this in real time. What's good? Oh, it's because the character? No. This is weird. What's happening here? Oh yeah, always. There we go. So it's not as good. Maybe it's too dark, but this too dark is probably because of the workbench. Let's do something here. Yeah, so it's sort of glitched in many ways. Not as good as in the final render, but we can even work like that. It's quite fast, but I don't really. Right now, it could be better, but I'll need to simplify the setup to have this really optimal. So usually this can be great, but it's alright. And so here I've improved some of the performance. I was having terrible problem with the lighting, the light objects, so I took off this, which usually is good, but maybe for more realistic EV I want something pretty simple, so I've reduced this to this. Here's light probe. I'm not sure, I have one here, but I don't know how to use them yet. So ray tracing, yes. Then here nothing special. Standard. Shadows, so here I reduce these steps. I don't need yeah, I need shadows, otherwise we have light leaking from EV, which will be nightmarish. This render could be improved certainly, but I want fast, and here that improved a lot the performance, just checking this off. And this is just for viewport, so render will, and so now I'm getting relatively okay performance for this small scene. And so this could be a ready scene for if I get more assets, right? So I have a list of assets. Let's just do another render here, just want to see what we can. Yes, so we need more lights here and better illumination, but this we can build on during the proper stage. So I need to figure out how to improve some. Yeah, need to access another scene and start to fixing another object file. Sorry. And start getting some more material fixes here and there, going to the Dorothy file where she is and improve the rigging. There are still time today to do plenty of stuff. Let's leave the camera at least. No, not even the camera. So the best finding today so far was to prevent having to bake texture, and by just having the other scene here, just in case someone arrived sooner, we change here, we have these view layers for the secondary scene. We just want to see this, the character, even if it's linked, just this, the others, this is hidden. So now we can, when we return to the original scene, this includes the character, because I want the lights, EV lights, to affect the character. And which doesn't occur on Workbench, by the ways. Workbench use some global lights which we can edit, we can customize from this kind of things, studio and matcap, not flat. And then from here we can create some of this stuff. There's this mini editor. It's a bit tricky, but it's not too complicated to understand. Then we save, then we have create this basic shading stuff. I forgot something here. Interesting. Okay, let's see. This is interesting because for the compositing that I'm doing right now with this, this will create some special. Actually, this is creating a lot of noise in the contour, but there are occasions where it turns well. Not this case, of course. So we can exploit this in other ways, and we can sort of control a little the color of the specular lighting, all from these those light editors there. But this is like old school stuff, I guess, or maybe it's very technical. I'm not sure. It's not like spotlights. It's more like sunlights. There's nothing too interesting about them. And the specular effect is horrible as well. Okay, folks, I'm gonna be back soon. 5 minutes. I'm gonna be back. Hold on, let's need a little small pause here. Sorry folks, so I'm back. Here the temptation of Commander Shepard. This is so I'm using this as a one of the reference for this room that I'm making, right? No, he's not gonna drink this. He already drunk. All right. So okay, this is not the best ambientation, but I like the yeah. So what some assets here, the shape of the room, this is very cool, but it could be better done. This was Mass Effect 2. Kasumi wasn't one of the NPCs that you can bring together in the squads. Anyways. So I know what I'm not trying to copy this, right? I'm just getting some ideas, right? This diagonal wall is something that I've seen not only on that room, which inspired me first, but it's very common, right? And so I started without it, but I ended up thinking, no, let's do just like that. And then there is another reference I've seen, some Star Trek. I've already made a short analysis of this let's see, network quest this is just Bart Star Trek Star. It will be hard to find, so it's a let's try in my notations here. I don't have a, but maybe it's on the same starship. I love those tours. Oh, I remembered where it should be. Okay, now it was not this one. Okay, let's try to... I just want to show you this because then I think I know what I continue here doing is the... okay, this one. I think it was in here. Alright, this... I'm gonna model some assets. Oh no, it was not this one. It's a longer one. But this one is pretty cool for like this cinema places, right? Anyways. No, so let's try. Ah, maybe it's here. Yeah, so this one inspired me a lot for one deck that I'm trying to do. Anyways, let's jump, because there's more stuff to be shown in here. This big corridor off is very, very cool. And then there's this room here, a bit forward. There's one place that is right behind the lounge, right? So this sort of an elongated room, right? Very cozy, not super well done, but like in terms of what could be made about it, but the high ceiling with curvature there, so very, very inspiring. And then even some plateau there with some stuff, look like some hanging gardens, and this fern thing, plant. Yeah, this stuff could be better, but already. Alright, so this probably was not the best reference. Then beyond this, there is not so much thing that caught my attention, but it was especially the deck and that particular room. Okay, now back to this. I need to fill this with assets. So currently I have this, but it's not fitting well the purpose. And somewhat I'm trying to mimic some stuff here of the Kasumi's room Mass Effect 4, but I think it's acceptable. I need to model stuff from scratch from here, but also there's a problem with this. No, the world origin is here. Okay, good. So I'm gonna bring the... This comes from another scene, so reusability. I'll try to build some okay, this is not helping modeling, right? Where is the... Okay, very important to have these references. Apply all transforms here. We can start with some simple shapes. Actually, let me see, I'm thinking a curve, armature skin modifier. Can it do this? No, I'm afraid it can't. Okay, so let's just do the basics here. Scale X. yeah, here. I should probably delete all this. We're just gonna solidify this stuff after. We can start giving it a subdivision surface on 1. The material is also not helping. I'd get a wooden material, but since I don't have it, I'll just get, for now, this one. Yeah, it's a bit distractive. Let's try something else. No. I don't want a concrete wall for this. Okay, for now that will do. Then this is not exactly how it should be. Let's make some. And also, why? Okay, it's just decided not to collaborate. What happened to this material? No, not material, this... Ah, it's the simplify. Alright, so... can preserve the one of the top active element. There we go. could just mirror this to the top. No, that will not work. This makes too polluted. And we need some other thing there, of course. Here we can use a trick, let's say. Yeah, it'll be a different object, so single vert. Alright, then add modifier skin with subdivision. Edit modes, okay, got it. Extrude, no, it's not. Ah, it's the root is inverted, okay, so. Control A, yeah, Control A for For some reason these are connecting. Oh, rip vertex, rip failed. Okay. Okay, it's missing some stuff, but it's cool. Sort of can work here, and but most importantly, I can start get this place filled with some stuff of interest. So I'm not so I mean this idea of not favoritizing the symmetric stuff. I'm doing something more organic like, sort of, or combining P separate selection. Gonna make this into shelves here. Already trying to yeah, so trying to work on symmetry, on perfect mesh. It's good, it's organized, but for certain projects it just becomes a waste of time and also creativity. It's like modular stuff. It's very hard sometimes to get those things to so for example, if I was trying to get perfect distribution of heights here, it would take me more steps just to do this, and here I want the reference of the head to know these shelves if they mean anything, and of course depending on what we need, this not having the good adjustments from the start may mean disastrous can cause disastrous things later on, right? If we need precision. I think I'm even not doing this correct, so we can use a mirror modifier here probably for these ones, yeah. The object doesn't have the symmetry in the right place. The origin. The plane of symmetry, this can be fixed later. They are too deep, right? And they seem to be a bit too robust. This will be a work to be fixing everywhere, right? Also, So you can have more of this structure here. We could yeah, let's just symmetrize this, whatever. Place it here. This one will be different, but we'll still use the same pattern. Same there. Looks like some this gives me vibes of some Hobbit or fantasy renders, old school fantasy renders relying too much on texture, and I didn't expect just to be able to achieve this in right now, right? It was not on my plan, just, well, this colorful things, crispiness of the render. Many aspects here are leading me to this notion, so can make some interesting fantasy, sci-fi fantasy renders from this. What I'm talking about, I'm really fan of this. There are some old series games. There's Might and Magic, let's say it's fine. 8 Might and Magic 8 scene. I don't know which I'll find, but there are some very cool little not cinematics even, just some. There's a site which hold these things, but where should I find? Have any in we go? Let's see. Try to remember from. Tavern, I don't know. Yeah, then enter the tavern to play Arkham Mage. So this play. Okay, so we have to look at some. Maybe someone made. They are really well made on the old school. This is one, but it's not. No, this is not one. Sorry. Okay, maybe someone put in. They have sound, so it's just a GIF is not good enough. Okay, let's try this. Okay, it's one of them. So let's say one that I've just remembered now. One that I love is the Inn of Daggerwood Island. There are some lizard folk. There are many of those. Yeah, I wonder if to be too unlucky to. Okay, so here we got. No, someone compiled those things. Alright. Maybe. It's the Heroes of Might and Magic graphism style, right? Very colorful, pixelated, and here the resolution is not the best for watching this, but yeah. It's like surrealistic, right? And this was the 90s, right? All of them incredible, most of them incredible piece of art. Alchemist. And maybe this is the inn. I don't not doesn't look familiar. Anyways, there are many others, but I swear this the color palette here is remembering some inn, but I think it was from Might and Magic 7. Anyways, so it surprised me because, well, that means I'm sort of becoming capable of making those kind of stuff. And I really dream of that being used like in animation for storytelling and not gaming just, right? So, but this will be a parallel project. What I'm trying to do is not necessarily leading with this, right? It's for, as you have already seen from the compositing, we are getting other kind of render result, not the surrealistic thing, but something more stylized. I just want to see, the materials might not be ready, they came from another file, I guess. Just curious to see how this will, if it will compose in any meaningful way. The rig is broken still. I need to fix the many things about it. Yeah, so problems here. Anyways, I don't have all the controllers right now visible. It doesn't matter, we just want to, can't you hide that gun? It's not selectable. Okay. smoothness, right? Need to okay, so here like the workbench, trying to make it black and white, so it will just be colorized by the EV and whatever, but I think not this time. You see, this is just the character, and actually it's rendering the other objects because I've created them. They are in the, I need to bring this stuff to Dirty Lounge. Why do I have why do I have duplicates here everywhere? Probably I did okay, this is creepy. I'm destroying my file. Okay, they are sort of doubles, right? Clones, yeah, they are just... I've rejoined everything. Yeah, that was... I hate this system, but don't really understand all of its uses, why it is like that, but it can be super confusing. Okay, bring this thing here. And now workbench, we have this. Okay, these things are back there, they can stay there, and that's all we need. So I have again re-rendered this. So now if I just look at workbench, well, that's not right. Why workbench is... Oh yeah, it's... Okay, do this here. We don't want to be rendering those things from Workbench because of procedural materials. They're having some... Why is this happening? Oh yeah, I see. So this could be a problem to resolve. The character is being rendered behind the... Yeah, so... I need to get stuff in front. Yeah, you need to create a mask for... There is a system for that called... I don't see how that would be made exactly, but it's called the holdout. Yeah, but I don't really know. Yeah, so I'll have to figure this out. Nice pattern there in this colorization. The idea is this will be working as a sort of a mask for... But I'm not sure if this will work like that. I'm gonna save here and just try. It should be a relatively accessible thing to solve. No, there you go. So that's it. Those things. My intuition is correct. This was... I've learned actually this by learning some grease pencil technique. So it applies to here because there we can also use this holdout for masking features of grease pencil layer. So could I use this technique for the objects which are behind the... No, but it's cross between the... No. Never mind. This is ambient occlusion. This is for another setup, that's not for using this. This is for the stars, this we already know. F11, and yeah, so not super interesting, but for a shot of whatever I'm just gonna render save out of curiosity here to be able to compare later. And naturally there are more things that you can It's too long to navigate as I get. I need to make up my mind about the main possibilities, what I'm really gonna use for the project, and I stop just playing with and decide for real what should be I say this is supposed to rise from EV. It's destroying a lot of stuff, right? It's not very subtle, right? And yeah, because it's an EV, it'll affect the scenery. We cannot compensate this with the workbench because the workbench is not working for the scenery. This one we could in this one we should switch here, right? Because this is for the more traditional way. So I have something that screen, then we have mix, so this we need to be careful. Yeah, this is destroying the, so yeah, this is dangerous, so just skip it. Yeah, never mind, this is not gonna be good. And we could have more of this, of course, if we want to. I'll just make another one. There's nothing changing. What's going on? Ah, I need it plugged in the wrong place. No? Yeah, I did. Ah man, then you're gonna crash. So just close, reopen. It's a crash from actually the graphic card. After a while playing with the compositor real time, it starts to get in trouble. Ah, destroyed my misclick. It is glitching. Yeah, it's very glitched. Yeah, I'm gonna save and let's go back. In the end, they are not too different, right? But might be because of... no, not because of this. Yeah, so anyways, we got more to play with here. So one thing that I would like to do for maybe the last thing here would be to bring the line art for the character, and maybe later it will be necessary to do it for scenery, but especially the character. So to do this, I'm going to the file of the character. It's actually pretty simple if we know the steps. So I don't need the rig. But long time I don't do it, so I'm not many months actually I don't touch this so I need a material, I need a collection. Yes, so certain materials will get the grease. Okay, so I need to grease scene line art, or yes, collection line art maybe. That means that we have a line art grease pencil which is already being assigned to with a modifier. We can place it. I don't know if it needs to be in the linked collection. I think not. So let's place it here for now. These are widgets, they go to widgets here. Okay, so I have some presets from a previous character. I will be taking reference likely just to be sure. So currently we get everything that it's doing, everything that it's in this collection, which of course it's a mistake. I need just certain objects to develop the line art. So we're gonna create a line art collection. And this collection is special. It will just get this as duplicates. This is where we use this link inside collection. We don't see, however, what they are. So maybe this is not the correct way. Let's see. Hold Alt. No. Move, drop to clear, no, shift, drop, no. Okay, it's probably this thing, hold control. But we don't see what they are. They still are operatable here. But as we select one, the other is selected. So it's super bizarre, and confusing, but that should work. Then this is for the cloud. Then here, yes, all these things we also gonna bring here. We can make separation folders for all that, but yeah, also probably want these ones too. Maybe this will become too heavy. I'm not even sure now. I can just hide them if they start to get. And then finally the body. So all these things are linked. They were not moved, and then in this way I will save here, whatever this. Gonna go here for the grease pencil. This thickness of course is too bad. Oh yeah, just remember one important trick. So in order to see in real time, we need to use the camera, otherwise the line art will be distorted. It will remain on its rest position. So this line art 2 of 3 is too much. 2 may be already too bold, so we have some 1.5. No, we don't have intermediate values, so we have to. But the opacity is something very nice. So linked art, it's line art here. So whatever is in this, not invert, in this collection. Layer, yeah, so we have just one, and black we can probably change this, or we can actually color this later with a filter effect, actually, maybe. Okay, so this is important. We need to. So see, it's very good, very good, very good. And so let's go back here, and the line. No, we don't need this, right? We can hide this collection now. We need to make some adjustments here. Yes, we want the contour, crease, threshold. This probably I don't remember anymore. Yeah, this sounds important, but intersections, yes. Material borders, possibly, but this creates some trouble for edge marks. I don't remember what are those. Loose. Okay, allow overlapping types. Not sure what this does. And then we need to change the black color to something else. And it works on Workbench too, because this is a compositing thing. It's not a exactly, I don't know what it is, but it is not rendering dependent of the render engine, apparently. Maybe we don't need the material borders. Things get a little too much. And I'm stacking also something that is not necessary, but this is the workbench, so it doesn't matter. There's this outline. We can just ignore, this is not the renderer, and add effect, colorize. Let's see if we can do something here. Well, I'm not seeing anything here. I think we can't colorize the black color from the material, so I might have to do something about this. Okay, so we could start some sort of sepia thing of that kind. Maybe there is something about color, yeah, hues, opacity, tint. You see that this, for some reason, oh, we need render. Okay, so this will appear on render, that's why. So maybe we can just use on the effects. Well, no. Never mind. So so I don't know. I'm missing something here, but okay. Let's keep the hue saturation maybe. This is easier to achieve some opacity. Not that we already have this, so we don't need to be playing with this. We could make something more specific. And then of course we can colorize according to the it takes, I've tried already having multiple grease pens, everyone renders individually, and then it starts to become very heavy, unfortunately. Where it is, well, we have okay, I think I need to enable it. Usually it comes later, but it's not coming at all, so got a problem here. Yeah, maybe we need to place this here, or actually it's just because this was like this, I guess. There you go. So it has many problems yet, but if I'm gonna open my other file where to compare what we have here. I think the previous character that I did this to was yeah, so apparently no grease pencil here. This one, on the other hand, has this that trick of the compositor on workbench for black and white and then recolorizing in some way. So you can achieve some. I'm not gonna show more of this today, so here we go back. So it was not this character that used the, that means that it was older. What about her? Okay, so she had, let's see, we have a driven line art visibility. Use simplify, paste that driver, I guess. Yeah, okay, so that's it. Very simple. I'll show how to do that in a moment. So here we're gonna, okay, there's the link, right? But I'm not seeing any line art. Oh, of course I need to enable it first. What happened to the eyes? Okay, the textures were lost. Then where is the, okay, the grease pencil is inside this, and this is inside the link. Okay, so you need to apparently bring this together. Okay, let's see what this grease pencil material looks like. Object, actually. There's just one layer. Yeah, there's a same like a sepia, close to sepia. collection line art link black line art 1 okay, line art 1 opacity dot edge types contour intersections. Okay, no material border edge mark whatever. And that in this case it's just like so. Really nothing too fancy. And the something I'm missing here, the here maybe a little more of this. Here it will look better in the face if I get other implementations. Let's move this line art to here, and also let's get this one to so it's render tab and properties editor, find the simplify, get copy as driver, copy as new driver, the option with right mouse button click, and then on the disable on viewports paste well, paste drivers and okay, maybe I'm doing something wrong here. Strangely, I can't add a currently I don't seem to be able to add a driver to those things. This is a problem, so maybe I need to be on one of, not this one, but of course folks, here. So okay, so paste driver, and so now it's locked, but when I use my shortcut, so first things get simplified, the subdivision surface modifiers are set to 0, and the I will never use more than that anyways, and the line art gets disabled. So simultaneously I make my things faster to for animation, right? Posing. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, so it makes a lot of difference, right? This low compositing here is using, oh yeah, so this is still using this crappy group. So this is not the same, so this is slightly before what I was building, but here we don't need to care about the scenery, the background, so Control J, but we still have ambient occlusion. The EV is still the first one. So she has skin texture only for the skin, the rest still not procedural, so it's just not good enough. I have a world with where is that? Something, I think I've just lost the world in the shading because it is linked, but use nodes. Alright, something, why I can't, what's going on? Scene lights and no, seems to have some problem. Yeah, so we're gonna bring it from another scene, so it's just asset library. There's just one, so yeah, it was deleted, so I need to bring it here. There we go. Just to have something cool. Yeah, so multiply is not as on screen later on. This is old setup. This is the EV. You see how plaster-like it makes, not super cool. What's this top one? Yeah, I think I'm not gonna use this. I posterize in the end? Why? To do this, but then we found out that color ramp can be more constructive, but this one can also work. After, not before the Quahar, that's interesting proposition. For some reason it's not affecting the okay, I see. The materials get reconstructed by the all the EV gets reconstructed. This is not good, so I will not be adding this here. We need a different setup to fix this one. I need to isolate the world here. Should be simple, but not that simple for me dealing with those. So here we don't need. So here we start with EV. Not so bad, but the colors are really crappy. Smoke here, right? Dirty. And then we start to add some workbench. You see, suddenly things start to make sense. And also, where is the okay? And as for the line art, it starts to add on top of all that. I think at the end, I think there is something about line art. Grease pencil. No, I think there's a discussion about this. I don't know how we compose it. So I could use here a setup that this is not a so bad idea having the posterize. We can build a posterize, yeah, it needs to be right before Kuahara, and we can build one. There's a tutorial for that. It gets a little too dark though, and let's see. It's too saturated, so color hue saturation. But it costs too much, right, to be doing. It's better to do this before. Very questionable. What is this? Okay, this, a few corrections after, is actually a good idea. And this is tragic at this point, yeah. Good to see, but I think not. Oops. Control X, there we go. And this probably not also. So just this. And here we can, yeah, I can rebuild something of interest. So we're gonna mix. So what this is about is that here we have either workbench or EV. And so although it's destructive to both, we can sometimes get very cool findings in the in-betweens, right? For example, right now I like, for some reason, this lot of workbench and not so much EV. So just a little EV on top, considering the whole thing, right? But I don't want to use this as the only. I don't want to lose the features of one or the other and the other. So we're gonna recombine it. So the screen usually is so that EV is not so dark and it doesn't blow up the image as the light, but it's a subtle difference. It might depend on, so here we could get, we don't need everything because it starts with EV on top. So we already have all procedural textures and special effects like lighting. Not special effect, but stuff like that. So special thing that Workbench cannot hold. So we don't need here to be at 1. Here I'm just mixing more Workbench. We might like Workbench for cavity, yes, but I think it's more acceptable to lose cavity than to lose the lighting. So here is just EV, and here is start to mix, really screen it with here. And anyways, here we get a lot of cavity from, because this is very closer to Workbench. But then we remix so we don't lose anything thanks to this one, which starts from EV. Adding up stuff, not substituting. This substitutes gradually EV for Workbench at 1. But by remixing this destructive one with the screen, we recover the EV. And so, and multiply here would be, so here it could get 100, but then it gets too dark, so we find somewhere that might be appealing, but the important is to mix, it's to multiply. So if we do screen, we're gonna start to blow up the thing, or lighten, yeah, it's not good. So here I'm not sure if this darken seems to destroy more the colors, they already suffer a lot. Then overlay, yeah, it looks like dark, no, let's see. Overlay looks like multiply, right? But lighter maybe? And add, I'm never sure, especially when it comes to add, but yeah, so it's super bright. This is better, and let's see, yeah. So get somewhere some multiply, and there we go. And here we can then again see if there's anything, any details here we can cover up. And yes, so this is nice, and then of course we can destroy all this progress by making some switch and see if we get what kind of... oh no, this is the... this was the posterized, but in the beginning, so it's very different. And here I don't have enough stuff, but this won't get incorporated, right? So we can just to isolate the stars. I need a mask. So this is horrible. I mean, the aspect of, for the style that I'm trying to make, like, it's just too artificial. It's like, it's not skin, it's not stone, it's not metal, it's just 3D plastic. It's like not interesting. This is interesting though, in my conception. I don't like the realism in this brightness there, the glow, and I don't know where they are coming from actually. Yeah, they are coming from two reflective materials. Which I wasn't able to... okay, this is better. This stone map is nice for... but it's the tone map that is creating in this particular case. These materials are not treated, they are pure garbage right now. But look, we can get something by establishing this contrast. Let's just play a little with this. Let's see if we can... I feel like I'm missing something here. I don't remember to get this thing better, but okay, it's not important. Now let's get in here I still couldn't get rid of these reflections, or this is the previous one. Yeah, this is the previous one. Okay, let's re-render, and this will make the, yeah, so it's a good stylized and NPR rigging, not rigging, rendering. Dual compositing, and very hard to achieve this kind of stuff with just Eevee. And I have other examples that are very cool, but Workbench is still super cool in spite of its crude limitations. Blender should absolutely do something about it. Blender develops. As for this, I think it will be if I wanted it to be on the same scene. It's something about holdout, like view layer. Yes, I get the idea. Alright, so it's easier than we just need a camera and a holdout. Yes, so gonna make copy set. I'm not sure. Yes, new. Okay, then we get this. We got the. I'm not sure if the data here will be the same. I think this is just for unsure, folks. But this should work. So here we're gonna world. Actually, yeah, world. So I just need to hide this. I think I can get it, leave this. Yeah, this is not recommended, so I cannot move the objects apparently. But okay, I can still do this. Then let's hide everything here and just use this as a holdout. And then camera don't render, right? So this is just okay, never know. Let's just leave it like that. Shift D, world, Let's see what it... Alright, so it's not working. Just in case, let's see. Maybe I need to re-render. No, it should be appearing here. It says it's transparent. Maybe it got the transparency. No? What I'm attempting is a different approach, so no wonder I can't copy it from somewhere else. Scene. Yeah, scene, why not? Okay, let's try re-render then. Maybe there's a bug here. It's not showing here.
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios, com o YouTube Music num só app. Uma assinatura, 2 apps. Teste por mês grátis.
Oh yeah, the lights, okay. There is a problem with okay, this is just destroying my... Now this character is like that for some whatever reason. No lights. Okay, I'm not gonna save. Alright folks, so that was it for today. There is stuff here to replan. I'm very close to be able to start something storytelling here with very few assets, very few things, and story in mind. So thanks to some simplifications in the final output, right? This thing is getting more populated, so see, little things. So it's just a new more stuff. I think I'm gonna focus here. More lights, more objects, more furniture, some bottles. Keep getting some inspiration for stuff. Maybe instead of importing these assets directly, trying to adapt them specifically for this scene, like this bed. Yeah, it's cool, but doesn't adapt very well here. So I need to procure myself stuff like that, right? Here also this is barely working. I think she has the line art now. Now she's got the cards. If she's linked, yeah, you see line art updated, but yeah, it is there. We just don't see from this. But if we render, we can see it already applying to the, even though now I'll have to recheck if those this line art can change a lot of things about the what was looking good or bad, because this can bring up new possibilities for the combinations, right? But EV still sucks. Anyways, that is for sure. And like, no, it's getting better, but you know what I mean is that it's very hard to get it work on its own. So that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Hope that was interesting. We'll continue this daily, day by day, and my calculations is that yes, in May I'll be able to start this this stuff, 3D webcomics. I think I will be able to get all the assets and the materials. The fact that I don't need to texture bake the scenery is a game changer, technical game changer, and life quality, right? And also just for the character I will do some texture baking. Yeah, and maybe, yeah, no, unlikely, but maybe something super special. Thanks for watching, folks. Take care, happy blendering. See you soon. Enjoy.